All right, I was just gabbing away, and I was all alone. Hopefully, everybody's back. Just dropping pearls of wisdom, and nobody there to hear me. I don't know what happened. Actually, I think it was my streaming software that froze that time, because all the indications of my internet connection were good. What a drag, what a drag, what a mighty big drag. So anyway, I'm in less than half hour into our day, and we made some good money. Hopefully everybody made money with me. I mean, I don't know if Anthony caught my gab, but I was kind of talking about not trading, your P&L. And thanks for the like. That's got to be my man, Mr. Williams. So, where you got in is irrelevant. Where you get out is irrelevant. It's what's relevant is the patterns and the price action. You see a signal that says this is going to turn around, go long. When you're short, then you close that position there. You don't look at the P&L. Yeah, Wyatt, we made money on the break of the low, but that was about it. I mean, we just closed the position maybe 2 minutes ago before my software crapped out. So we got in at this break right here. This thing's so irritating. We got in at 402.85. Most of most of it came off around 96.20. We were looking for 91, but we never got there. It's probably going to get there, but looks like it's doing a little retrace right now. Man, I'll tell you, the stream dropping though is really inhibiting to the channel. I'm finding, as soon as I get a good collection of people, we start talking, boom, something happens, knocks them off. It's got to be frustrating for you guys. But I mean, I'm not going to go get hardwired over this. Although I enjoy doing the channel, but still want to be a free creature. But enough guys stick with me and hop back on that it remains worth my while. I enjoy talking with you too, talking out the plays, reiterating my rules. Acting out my emotions. Whoops, everything I shouldn't do. Looks like the composite's looking to break its high. That's the only one. The markets are kind of dancing to their own beat. And when you don't have uniformity like that, it's a good indication to lay off the trades. So I'm going to be very conservative about what I'm taking. We picked up about maybe $350 a contract on the last move. So I don't have to really worry about making money for the day. on Earth. Hey, Ant, you with me? What's the outcome of your trades? Now we just look like we're moving into consolidation. We're trading actually in between yesterday's opening range and Friday's opening range. I believe it's yesterday's and Friday's, but we're in between two opening ranges. That's what this chart right here, the 5-minute chart, is demonstrating. This is the low of yesterday's opening range, I believe. This is the high of Friday's opening range. and we're just consolidating right around in there. Yep, this looks like this is going to be the flavor of the day, man. The composite's pushing up, but the S&P is just trading sideways. As long as the composite keeps moving up, I think that the S&P will stay stable. If it turns around, it's probably going to drag it down. Financials are up 7, but trading off right now. Energy's just flat. Dow is off. Russell's up 13, 0.5%. I'd have to argue that we got lucky to get that much of a move today. You know what we made today? I mean, normally today is a very sit on your hands kind of day for me. So if you hear me giggling, you know why. There goes a few subs. And that's it. Nobody else is talking to me. we've said all we could say. No more words between us. This is like a stale marriage. There we go. Watch the paint dry. Oh, looks like Tillery is making a move. TLRY. That's a meme stock. Oh, looks atrocious stuff. Yeah, I mean, you could kind of expect Apple to and Tesla to beat earnings. Might be able to go short AMC if it breaks this trend line. Broke the 60. Now it's just got to break on the daily. Kind of whippy. Is that Miss Kerry? Who hasn't said a word to me since before the 4th of July? I was hoping she was vacationing with her family. Hey, Miss Kerry. Oh, you have no idea how good it does me to hear from you. I was afraid I had lost you. Actually, I saw one bit of support. I was looking forward to the next day to thank you for your contribution, and then I never heard from you again. Have you been in the background? And just not talking? Yeah, Tillery's on a move today. Chart still doesn't look that good. You're welcome. Good. I'm glad you're getting some use out of the channel. More to come. And that's all you need, cuz. $44.04. Whoa. I think I'm just gonna hang back on it unless we break a high or break to a new low. Just with the feds out there, I just think it's gonna be choppy, too choppy. I'm not gonna mess around trying to catch a move. So I will just be patient. Aruga. So those gold lines on my 5-minute chart is today's opening range, and that's pretty sad, huh? Well, I guess it's 18 points. It's not bad. But a lot of congestion in there, because like I said, these blue lines are Fridays, or these blue lines are yesterday's, these white lines are Fridays. So this is all just congestion in there, so I'm just not going to play with it. Yeah, we're doing well. Nice to see you, Mr. Ditter. I appreciate the love. We actually have a lot of old free folk jumping in today. It's very exciting. I feel like I'm having Thanksgiving dinner at my house. Yeah, I think everything's kind of holding off for Powell today. And 2:30 is the press conference. At 2 o'clock is the interest rate decision, which we know they're not going to make any moves. It's just what he's going to see going forward. And everybody had these inflation fears, but with what's going on with the Delta variant of COVID, I think that it's going to curtail some inflation fears. I mean, even home prices are dropping off a little bit. I know lumber's tanked, so a lot of commodities will come down. I think oil is going to start to come down. So I think all those fears are out of the market. I don't know if Microsoft's. Oh, Microsoft, didn't they announce already? Yeah, didn't Microsoft announce and they beat, but there was a contingency to the beat. We're coming up and testing the low of Friday's opening range. And today is just an inside bar, so I mean it's just going to be choppy back and forth. If it breaks the high of yesterday, I'll probably get involved, and then at that point we're really just looking at maybe 6 points to the previous high. Actually, I may not even take that. I may just let the market run without me today because the feds are out there. I don't want this stress. That's for all you young guys. Too much stress, I get wrinkles around my eyes. Just not a good look. Nope. Now my other platform is getting all glitchy. Yeah, look at this baby. He's got some strength. Somebody loves the market. I think I'm kind of feeling 44.21. Just watching AMC trade, it's just flirting with this trend line, and it's fighting it. It's trying to stay above it, but that 60-minute looks rather negative. Got a bull flag on the 30-minute, a bear flag rather on the 30-minute. S&P's just grinding its way higher. Powell speaks tonight at 2:30. Interest rate decision comes out at 2 o'clock. Not tonight, but this afternoon at 2:30. And it's a press conference. And then I guess at the end of the month, August, you'll probably see he goes before Congress and testifies. And then the politicians can do their grandstanding. If you're asking me, Kerry, I don't really look at the heat map or a heat map. Yeah, they're probably talking about what is in his statement anyway, already. So yeah, it's not like there's any surprises. It's always they just disclose all the time. So if you search the news, they're probably talking about what he's going to say, and then people look for subtleties in how he says it. They try to sensationalize it, but it's going to be cut and dry. They had no intentions of making moves. They were watching inflation. They may ease up on asset buying if they see inflation, but they're not ready to do that yet. And they'll give us a big heads up before they start doing it. And that's basically what his comments are over the past 2 months. And I expect more of the same. if he does change up his statement a little bit, that's going to have a dramatic effect on the market. And as such, I just feel the markets are vulnerable. So I've really inhibited or minimized my exposure on short-term transactions. So I'm thinking I might pull Friday because I'm kind of yearning for my daughters, and I might just shoot up there to the mountains. I'm going to swing by the city and grab them and take them up to the mountains, and I'll be streaming from the mountains for a week or two while I hang out with my spawn and get my fill of sarcasm. Figure about 2 weeks I ought to be up to my ears with the sarcasm, and then I'll come back to the boat. But so I'm thinking I may yeah, you know what, maybe not. Maybe I'll stream Friday and I'll just split Friday night and head for the mountains. I like driving through the evening and then watching the sun come up. I love that. And then driving through the evening, you I mean, you miss a lot of the traffic. Although the last time when I drove down here, drunk dude shot by me, blasted one of my mirrors on the driver's side. And the dude was had to be like 120. I mean, just wailing, and just skimmed me and blasted my mirror. So that's, I mean, you take that risk when you're out there getting slammed by a drunk. There actually was a terrible accident in New York, and people I went to school with lost children, young adult children, but nonetheless, I mean, just a terrible, terrible thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's nice. I'll get to cook for them, um, Kerry, and get to hang out with them. I'll get some hugs and kisses in between the sarcasm. Then be on my way. And maybe their mama will join me, maybe not. So you can see the pattern in this market. I mean, we're just going back and forth in this channel. We're in the trading range right now. Haven't even broken the trading range, and we're almost at 11 o'clock. It's pretty good. You know, I'm really just getting used to it now. I figured out how to adjust things and getting more comfortable with it. I mean, I used NinjaTrader for many years. This is TradeStation. That's funny. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm pretty good at sarcasm. Actually, when people come to me looking for advice, I usually let them know that that's not really my thing, but you know, I could certainly accommodate them when it comes to sarcasm. But yeah, I guess it is good for your soul. Yeah, you know, it's interesting because you know, people call on me for advice and guidance, and I get hired as a consultant from time to time, and you know, it's serious people who take my advice seriously. But when it comes to your family, forget about it. You know, I mean, you'd think that you were like, you know, a monkey offering advice. You know, that's the manner in which they behave, and so really, I just kind of back off. But it's very interesting, like what your interactions are with your family. It doesn't matter who you are or what you've done. You know, I could be Gandhi, and forget about it. I mean, if I offer any advice or, give an opinion on what's transpiring around me, it's just, it gets crazy. And it's 3 women, so forget about it, I mean, even the dog is a female. So it's just a hard environment for a guy. And I'm a guy who likes to be a guy, so, I mean, I might be sensitive, but I'm still a guy. I mean, given the choice, I'd rather have a sword in my hand than, running through the woods. Look, that's a nice 10-point move down, heading for the low. I mean, you could have really taken, I have no confidence in the market given the conditions, but you could see the double top right here, and then, this last push up. So breaking that low right there. I mean, you could even argue that that's a head and shoulders. And look at that, nice move down. Actually, I'm kind of sorry I missed that. That was a good signal. I mean, you can see this nice move up. Here's the head and shoulders. It's kind of subtle. But here's the neckline, really good neckline. And away she goes. Yeah, it's interesting. Men and women are just very, very different animals. I feel, just the way you look at things, how you feel about things. It's just really so. Yeah, it makes me think of that book. Men are from Mars, women are from Pluto or Jupiter or something like that. And I think it was a popular book in the '80s. But it's just interesting, how different we are. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's good, and I kind of enjoy the differences. And that's what really attracts me to women is how different they look at things than I do. But again, that's also like the crux of everybody's problem. And these are emotional creatures. I mean, the women in my life. So I try to be pragmatic and analytical, and they respond emotionally. So it's like hard to have a conversation, and then I do get emotional, and I just get sucked into these ridiculous debates where I'm just trying to bring out a point, maybe come up with a resolution to a solution, and then it just becomes this whole defensive thing, where I know you are, but what am I kind of thing. And I'm not accustomed to that because I've been in the corporate world for so long, and you look at a problem and you come up with a solution. You don't, there's no blame or judgment on it. This is a problem. We have to resolve this problem in order to move forward. But everything's about who's right and who's wrong, and the competition. So I'm thinking maybe because of the things I've done, they might feel competitive with me, and that's why it is. Or it could just be that you're so close to one another that you don't. I mean, that's just how you respond when you're that close to one another. It perplexes me, and I always go back and address it because I want to make sure that, for lack of a better word, I'm not being the dick, But when I look, I really don't think I'm being a dick, when I do get into these debates with them. Not that they're terrible relationships. I mean, I have a great time with my family. It's just I can't manage to be with them all the time, that conventional kind of family life. And I always wonder why it is I can't do that, And I don't want to do that because I don't want to, blow up the situation or, ruin the relationships. So, I don't force it like I see that it rubs. Things rub the wrong way. But, I keep analyzing. Although when I look around, I see a lot of people, like, they are or whatever, or like eat the shit from their partner. Not that they hate each other, but, there's a lot of lot of agita, or that's Italian for heartburn in the relationships. And I just, maybe life is just too short for me to tolerate the heartburn. So anyway, I'm watching the market and working out my own idiosyncrasies with you guys. So off-grid therapy. I'm getting lost in my head and just thinking about all this stuff. That's very funny. So anyway, I know what to expect. I mean, the first 2 weeks, it's just going to be a blast, and we're going to have a good time, and we'll do things, we'll eat, they'll sleep late. We'll probably hit the river. Maybe we'll go whitewater rafting. By the end of the 2 weeks, there's a lot of stuff I'm ignoring and letting it blow, but I know I'll be cooking inside, just cooking. So I'll have to get out. See, but now I'm getting excited, and the weekend won't come fast enough for me. Although today's Wednesday already. Weeks are just flying by, flying by. Yeah, Wyatt, that's interesting. I mean, I promise you, as a dad, that all of that hostility is coming from a desire for you to have a happy life. And sometimes, we don't know how to express that. But I know I break my kids' chops for some point, but it's just because I want them to be happy. Although, I'm very open, and I believe in them making mistakes, and even when I don't agree with what they're doing, I get behind it, and I give them as much help as I can. But I know that when I'm reacting emotionally, it's because of fear that they may not end up happy. Which I guess is silly, because really, life has its way of working it out. But as a parent, you can't surrender that. You can't get away from that. And I think about that often. But you just can't. I mean, every time they go out, you're nuts. I would rather I don't know what's going on in their life, because you're always concerned for the kid, and I find that makes the reaction different. So I understand a lot that went on in my childhood with my parents now that I'm looking at my responses and stuff like that. So every time he gets frustrated and heated, take that as him saying I love you, because that's basically what it is. Just sometimes it's just hard to express yourself, or just relax and let a person go with it. Have I ever gotten the you think you know it all? Dude, the only reason why the psychosis is called narcissism is because he was born before I was. Otherwise, people would accuse you of being David. Yo, dude, I literally have to step back and check myself, because I am always convinced I am right. So yeah, man, I get you think you know it all the time, but I go back and check myself. Just ironically, a lot of the times I come up right. and I try to be objective and analytical. And it's something I've trained myself, consciously trained myself to recognize when I decided that I was going to be a businessman, because I recognized that there was no room for emotion or pride. So, but I come from that kind of environment, so it's something I consciously have to do. But yeah, dude, I mean, I do enjoy researching topics. So if you played the odds, I'm probably correct. You know, I try not to spew shit and just talk off the top of my head, although I am human. But I make a conscious effort to try to avoid that and be analytical and be pragmatic. But yeah, I get that. You think you know it all the time. I have my whole life because I've always been independent and very confident in what I'm doing. But I have been a know-it-all, you know, in my younger years. I mean, I know that I've done a lot of things without really substantiating my position. But as I grew older, I mean, that was one of the idiosyncrasies that I decided I had to work out of my personality in order to succeed, which there were a lot, man, and I made a list and I tried to address them one at a time. So yeah, I get that all the time. Yeah, Kerry, well, you know what? I find the older I get, the less involved I want to get. I kind of just back off and let people be people. You know, whoever was close to me but touching my life, I used to give a lot of input, or make it a point to try to solve their problems. And I've decided that unless it affects me directly, just kind of lay back and let people make their mistakes. And I mean, that's helped a lot in my older years. But yeah, I've never been about drama. You know, I mean, you have a problem, problems happen. You know, I'm not about blaming people, and I believe that everybody should learn how to forgive themselves. But, you know, with problems should come solutions. And, you know, that's what I'm about. I just see a problem, okay, let's get to it, let's get to a solution. Where people just, you know, delve in their problems and then try to defend themselves, and they're afraid of being wrong. And I think also this industry helps you in that, because you need to accept that you're wrong in order to survive in this business. Because if you always insist you're right, then you know, you're just gonna kill yourself. Because sometimes you just have to say, okay, I'm wrong in this decision. I got to turn around my position and go, or I got to cut my loss and go. So you need to be able to accept that sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right. So yeah, life's an interesting thing. I'm definitely enjoying it. I got to tell you that. I mean, even the heartaches are a spice of life. I think harm to my family is probably the only thing that I may not be able to handle pragmatically. Harm to my family, I think, would be a very emotional event. But other problems I kind of enjoy, and coming up with resolutions. So as long as the 3 ladies in my life are safe and healthy, I think I can handle anything. Which is a key to success. Just take a beating, solve the problem, move on. I haven't rambled in quite some time. It's usually a quiet channel. Well, you know what it is? I mean, I'm really not looking to make any more trades because of the Fed. And you can see the market just chopping back and forth. It's giving up some good signals, though. a lot of people perceive the finance. Wyatt, I'm going back to your topic. A lot of people perceive the markets as gambling, and they don't realize that it's really a business, and it's really about statistics and probabilities. And once you have a handle on that, and then obviously risk management. And when you have a handle on that, you can make a good living. But they look at it like a professional gambler. My father-in-law, who is a surgeon, had the same view, and he used to say it was gambling, and I used to say, yeah, for you it is gambling, but I'm a professional, and I employ professional tactics to capitalize on the market. So it's not a gamble. I mean, for him, he goes out and he buys a stock and he hopes that it goes up. For me, I go out and I analyze the stock and I do projections on its future earnings, and I look at its valuation and I decide on whether that's a stock that I'm going to buy or not. Entirely different. I mean, from reading an article or hearing something on the news and dissecting a company and seeing what its potential earnings are, going forward, and what its value will be going forward. So I think that's where your old man is coming from. He doesn't understand that this is actually a profession. It's an industry. It has nothing to do with gambling. And the guy who sees it as gambling is the guy who's going to lose in the market. The guy who gets excited by trading is the guy who's going to lose. The guy who feels nothing and just executes methodically, that guy's going to make a living. And then, out of all those guys who can make a living at this, you get those 10%ers who run the hedge funds and are just the superstars, just like becoming a superstar baseball player. But it all comes down to experience. Actually, Wyatt, you're a young guy and you've got some trading knowledge. You should definitely pursue an entry-level position at a trading firm and just figure out what they're doing. I mean, you may have different views and things like that, but get some insight into what goes on in a trading firm. They'll teach you how they trade and their methods and things like that. And ultimately, you have to find what suits your personality. But understanding what they do and how they do it is going to go a long way. And then you could even capitalize on what they do. You could probably improve their methods and things like that if you have insight. But the other important thing will be that you will see the one underlining consistency in all trading theories with professionals is risk management. And you'll see how they do their risk management and things like that. So it would be good if you hopped in there. I know some young people in my family who want to do trading, and they talk to me about it. And a lot of them know it all, and I give them that advice, and they refuse to take it. Well, I know it, or I could read it about it, or I see it on YouTube. And, no, it's not the same, man. You don't get the nuances. There's a lot to it. I mean, I read all of the books, and I see some interesting and good advice, but I see a lot of the shortcomings in it. Being in the industry for so many years, I see what they're missing or what they didn't share and things like that. And then even the changes, like a lot of the books are dated. So I don't even know. I should have left a trail of breadcrumbs when I got started on this little pontification. Okay, we broke into Friday's trading range, and now, or yesterday's, a previous trading range, and it looks like we're trying to make a move for the high of our trading range. Well, everything's a dollar and a dream, man. But you got to figure out what you don't know about the industry. you don't you don't go into a trading firm to find out what you do know. You go to a trading firm to find out what you don't know. And one of the best pieces of advice I've ever received was, you don't know what you don't know. So I understand you like trading alone, but I definitely think it's a good idea to get that exposure. And look, dude, everywhere I've worked, I've always said, I could do it better. I could do it better. I could do it better. But I learned from everywhere I've worked. You know, whether it was in construction or automobiles or yeah, you know, the finance world. I always felt I could do it better, but I figured out what they did and I did it better. But that's the key to success for 3M, you know, or DuPont. I mean, they don't really invent anything; they just make it better. Yeah, you know. Yep, that's true. That's entirely true. And I mean, I don't talk about that a lot because I want people to focus on getting in and getting out and things like that. But once you go from paper to live trading, it's an entirely different animal, you know. And then the psychology of it is it's huge. And I'd say that's a large portion for why people drop out of the industry, you know, because they take a few of these beatings and their psychology is off. And it's entirely different paper trading from live trading. But you know, you just need to practice the mechanics of it on paper trading. And once you're dead set on that, then you could throw the next variable in, which is the psychology of it. You know, and that happens when you're live trading. But if you are not methodical in your trading and you go live, then you'll never get it, because there'll be so many variables, you won't know what to trust. And if you methodically trade a paper, then you know the system works. Then when other things cause a monkey wrench, you have something to hang on to. You have a foundation, and that's it. You just blindly execute methodically until it all comes together. You know, and that's huge, man. And most people don't get that, and that's what blows them out. Hey, they fixed it. Cool. QQQ. Looks like the composite's at its highs and popping out. The Dow is down. Russell's up. S&P's up. So when you have a mixed market, that's a good indication that things are too choppy. It kind of tells me to stay away. There are better days to trade, and a better day is when all the markets are working in lockstep and everything's up or everything's down. When there's unity, those are better days to trade. So if I'm going to put my money on the line, it's going to be on better days to trade. Yeah, boy. I'm still not getting the right settlements. What the heck? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very good, man. Oh, Lordy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, Wyatt, if you're opposed to the idea of hopping into a trading firm, um, then I would suggest you read everything everybody writes. Don't let it really influence how you trade if you have a good setup that makes money for you now, but just read the psychology and the experiences and everything like that. And just get as much information in your head as you can. But again, I still think that you should get into the industry and just work with a trader, and your trading will improve because you'll have an income, a steady income, and you won't feel pressured to make money. It won't become about money, and that's when you hit the zone. Trading is not about money, but just about trading, and then you look back and you're like, oh my God, I've made a fortune. But you're not sitting there trying to make a fortune, and that's an important place to be if you want to become the people that are written about, and that obviously is everybody's goal, or at least every young guy's goal, or should be every young guy's goal. Were you trading in the fall, Wyatt? Yeah, November, the market, the attitude kind of changed. So the fall was very aggressive and a lot of money, a lot of quick moves, like these moves we get into. Like your one off is probably 3 points on the contracts. So, yeah, if you traded like me and you took your first target, it's usually around $300 a contract, your first target, and then it keeps moving. But there's a lot of follow through. So, yeah, and I mean that's not every day, but most probably 3 or 4 times during the week you get that follow through, and then the trend reversals are all very accurate. Once you see that trend reversal pattern, you can get in on a hammer and just take a nice long run, and you'll see it again this fall, I believe. I think it changed early because it was an election year, and yet you have a new president, and you're worried about their policies. I mean, really great trading under the Trump era. I mean, even his tweets, without speaking to the merits of the guy or what have you, but just simply the manner in which the market responded to that president. He was very pro business, so yeah, everything was going up, and he would always tweet the market up, man. And it just created amazing trading opportunities. And if you're as attentive in the fall as you are now, you're going to make a boatload of money. The summertime is really just a rough market. So you're working hard for what you're earning right now. And it's going to get a little worse because like the first 2 weeks of August is vacation time for the industry. So it might get a little more choppy, or maybe volatility on light volume, but a lot of whippiness. But come the fall, I think we're all going to do very nicely. We'll enjoy the channel more because there'll be more to call out. It's a little more exciting, a little more movement. I mean, you could see now I take one trade or I take no trades, but you'll see in the fall it'll be like easily 3 trades in the morning, and that's not, I usually don't trade the afternoons, I just go chill, but there's usually a breakout or 2 in the afternoon that could be traded, but you'll see like easily 3 trades, 3 in the morning, 3 times a week, and then maybe 1 or 2 trades the other 2 times a week, and again just in the first morning session. So just protect your capital, man, until better times are coming. Yeah, it's a big difference. I mean, it's a big difference. Even long-term trading is easier because there's less noise in the market, and that's what caused your rash, Kerry. It's the noise. So when you're looking at these 30-second charts or the tick charts, there are a lot of false breakouts and a lot of false signals. So that's why you practice good risk management, and you don't worry about taking small losses. You know, small loss, small loss, small loss, big win. Um, and that's trading, you know. But it's when you have the blow up days, when you let a small loss become a big loss, and usually that happens when you take a lot of signals, and you keep losing, you keep getting stopped out, but then it runs after you get stopped out, and then you get frustrated, and you don't take that one stop, and you think, okay, it's going to run after after this, so I'll stay in it, and then it continues down, and that's the blow up day. And it's those blow up days that really beat people up. And the way you avoid that is you just understand that this is a long term thing. You know, you'll go loss, 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 win, and make a ton of money. Loss, loss, win, make more money. Loss, 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 win. And so you just keep those losses tight, keep those losses small. And if you could do that, even if you suck at trading, you're going to make money. You know, and you can't really say suck at trading, but if your entries are bad, you're still going to make money, you know. And then learn how to let the winners run. That was a big problem for me to overcome also when I began trading. You know, so afraid of losing that profit that I would take it right away. And I was afraid of losing that profit because I had such substantial losers. So you know, you just got to flip that switch. And it's, you know, easy to say, hard to do. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. Yeah, yeah, and the short-term losses. And actually, when you look at your portfolio, you should reevaluate it before the year's up, because any losers that you're going to get rid of, you get rid of before you held them for a year. This way, you could apply those to your short-term gains. And any winners you take, you take those winners after a year, so that you get the benefit of the long-term tax rate. And I mean, you could do it 3 days before you've held them a year, and still offset those gains against your short-term gains, or those losses against your short-term gains. So yeah, but you know what? I mean, trading's cool. But the first thing you work on is your long-term portfolio and your intermediate portfolio. And then based on what your income is there, that could really gauge what your risks are, you know. So my short-term trading against my intermediate trading, I make sure that I net positive, you know. I mean, I have good trading days and stuff like that, but, you know, you come into months where you can't make money trading. But that against my my midterm portfolio, I net positive. So I'm constantly adding to my equity, you know. And my long term, I just leave my long term to do what it's got to do. Oh, I'm so happy you're back, Kerry. I always enjoy talking with you. Not that I don't enjoy the other guys, but you know, you plus the other guys just makes for an interesting channel. Actually, that lady Liz, who I guess I was crushing on, no longer chats with me either. She may be in the background. Or she may be an AMC victim. I'll tell you, man, I mean, it's down, but it's just fighting the break on the daily. I mean, it took the break on the 60-minute and keeps rebounding, but it's just fighting the break on the daily. It's trying to stay up there. But it looks like that daily momentum is still rolling over. Although the 60-minute momentum is flattening out a little bit. But it could just take that dive. AMC. Chewy is up $3. Amazon's hurting. Oh, I guess the interest rates went up a little bit. TBT is up a little. I can't really judge anything right now, actually. Yeah, I just think fundamentally AMC is a brick. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's how you should play it, man. Yeah, there's no reason not to be in it if you're in it. And I mean, you're playing with market money. If your cost is $10, then you just put your stop at $10.50. Cover your cost to execute that order, and that's fine. It's worth trying it. I would do the same thing. If it happens, you see that 70, 100. I mean, super, good for you. If it doesn't happen, it's not going to devastate you or kill you, and hopefully you profited well from it. And those things you just add to your more conservative pile. And at one point, or you may be there, you may just be playing with market money. And hey, that's beautiful, no risk. I bought a business once that was a high risk business, so I did it at a 1.4 valuation, but I structured the deal against some of the debt, so much so that by the end of the year, I had all my investment capital back. So that whole business had no risk to me in it. One of the sweetest deals I ever structured. And I think about it often. You know, because it was just so much fun. It's very rare that you buy a business and you know, you break even on it in the first year. You know, you have your investment capital back in your bank in the first year, and then you know, you're just working with market money basically. Um, so that I mean, that's how you want to play it. I mean, just no risk. You might as well sit in it, try it out. Yeah, you have 200 shares, the cost of 11. Very good, man. So yeah, just protect your downside. Hopefully, you took some off the table when it was up high. Even if you didn't, you're still in good shape. I mean, put your cost at 1150. You stop at 1150, and see where it goes. It's brilliant. I mean, you know. And I think you already said that you made some money, put it away, and applied that to a longer term portfolio. So you used it to the best of its ability, and now you let it run. You know. I mean, you see $100, and you take that and add it to your trading business. So, you know, I think they're goofy situations, just based on the reason for why they're getting into it. But no matter how goofy the situation is, I mean, it can be utilized, and when it works out for you, you know, you just use the money intelligently. I mean, if that's your trading philosophy, oh, you made 47,000 on an options trade. Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, hey, no matter what it is, and that's even better because you minimized your exposure using the options. But yeah, that's cool. That 47 is socked away and going to work intelligently, I trust. And you could let the other 200 ride. But get good structure to your trading business, to your money business, and you know, build that long-term portfolio. Get an intermediate-term philosophy, and then get a short-term trading philosophy, and that will make you a lot of money. You know, or I mean, you know, maybe you're a prodigy on short-term trading and make a fortune that way. No, man, the point of the market is not to take advantage of goofy situations. The point of the market is to raise capital for businesses to grow and expand. But we can utilize the market as professionals and and make investments based on probabilities. You know, long-term investments are based on fundamental probabilities. Short-term investments are based on technical and fundamental probabilities. Um, so, yeah, not goofy situations, man. I mean, they work out sometimes, but you'll get hurt more often than not. I mean, you keep chasing these situations, and I promise you, the long game, you're going to lose more than you make. You know, the short game, you may have won. But for every guy like you who made 47,000 on the deal, there's probably 10 guys who lost 47,000 on the deal. You know, just keep in mind that the stock is at 36, and somebody had to buy that sucker at 70 or 69, whatever the high is. You know, and somebody bought it all the way down, and you know, the stock is at 36. So and the probabilities are more that you're losing than winning, and more people lost on that trade than won. I promise you. And it's not the hedge funds. I'm saying more retail guys lost on it. Even GMC. I mean, you're hearing about all the good stories, but you know, more people lost than won. Yeah, Well, you know what? If you counted by person, for every winner, there are probably 4 or 5 losers, because some people are trading larger than others, and usually the losers are the small traders. So that winner who took 1,000 shares probably accommodated 10 losers who took 100 shares. Just by the general averages, because it's usually the small retail broker, retail client that gets hurt, or retail trader that gets hurt. Just like that guy who did some crypto, had it up to, like, I think 3 million, and then now I hear it's worth 750,000, but he's still holding. Well, I mean, it's just a trading vehicle, and really, it's just a matter. Options are just a matter of return on assets. I mean, a lot of people use them wrong. People invest long term with options, and that's just wrong. Unless you take it out of the money for very little money, and then you're rolling them over, considering your cost. But I would do that on a fundamental basis. When I know a company's going to do something, and this is how it works out, and I want to limit my risk to the downside. But the way we're using them is just kind of a leverage way. You can't really just trade the market unless you trade futures. So I utilize the option because each contract represents 100 shares of an asset that normally I can't trade. I mean, SPY, you could do the ETF, but I mean, it just doesn't pay. It's like a $300 thing. I've got to put $300,000 into it just to make any money out of it. I mean, I could go 20% of that on options and make twice the money. But the way we use it, we don't have time decay and things like that you have to consider. We're just in for the day and out. So really, our only consideration is delta, which represents what we're going to get paid if the thing moves a buck. If I do a delta 20, I'm going to get paid 20 cents. I do a delta 50, I'm going to get paid 50 cents. For every buck that the market moves. So it's very simple in that fashion. And then you could use it in other ways for hedging and offsetting markets and things like that. But that gets sophisticated, so there's no reason to go that route. And even when you do income trades or spreads, you should have a good handle on directional trading, which is what we do right at this channel right now. We're just taking a direction, but to protect yourself when you do a spread, you need to use directional trading. So last week, when the market tanked, my spreads were at risk, but I took aggressive directional trades and mitigated that risk, or I go delta neutral and mitigate the risk. So it turned out on what would normally be a very blow up day for a newbie, turned out to be an exceptionally profitable day. And that's just by understanding good trading practices. Ooh, look at this baby. Come on. Still hasn't challenged that opening range high. What would I call that strategy? I mean, I don't know. It depends on what I could call it a crapshoot, but it depends on what went behind it. I mean, I've done that based on things that I saw going on in industries. And if I felt that in 2022 this company's going to have exceptional earnings, and I find that the calls are improperly priced, then that's a nice move, because I'm buying these calls that are poorly priced based on what the earnings should be, and if I'm wrong, my exposure is limited, to what could be mere pocket change, but my returns could be astronomical. So it could be a very savvy way of investing, but it's not. I mean, people don't do the work. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm talking about doing the work and sitting down, dissecting a company, understanding what it is, and what the outcome would be. You know, most people don't even understand what the payoff is at the end of the time. You know, and then they end up getting into options that, because of time decay, are going to be worth less in 2022 than the stock if it breaks the strike price. You know, so I mean that's a very broad question. So it could be a genius move, or it could be, you know, a crapshoot. And it doesn't depend on the outcome. It depends on the work that went into taking that position. I mean, it could be a genius move and it not work out, which is the nature of the beast. Cool. As long as you did the homework. Sounds like a plan. I kind of like the idea of puts on China stocks. I think people are going to lose faith. I mean, yeah, you know, just as an armchair reaction, they're reacting to the regulatory actions they're taking on their companies, which aren't any more burdensome than what we put on our companies. They just move quicker, you know, and they actually are creating a more open market. But I think that these guys are going to start running into a lot of trouble because basically they're really just scumbags, for lack of a better term. And I think people are going to start growing tired of it. You know, the humanitarian issues, the selfishness with what they're doing and fishing out other people's waters, you know, and just devastating. I mean, the Philippine fishermen, they can't even feed their families anymore because the Chinese fleets just go in there and fish them out, and they do it. But they're coming across the Pacific now, and Chile's having a problem with it. So could you imagine 300 Chinese fishing boats in Chile, and Chile's going nuts over this, you know, sending their military out after them. So I think that in essence they're just going to piss off the world, and people are going to start reeling in on them. China's not invading Taiwan, I promise you. They'll do a lot of saber rattling, but as a matter of national defense to all the Western countries, us, the Europeans, we can't have that. I mean, Taiwan is a major producer of semiconductors, and I think they sit on the largest deposits of silicon, or silicon, whatever that the chip substance is, and it's just not going to happen. I mean, Japan understands that they can't get in there. Everybody understands it. So, I mean, they're just pumping a lot of bullshit propaganda, and trying to look tough. But the reality is that it's not going to happen, and they'll start a world war if they do that. I mean, I'm just sorry that we don't have a stronger, more aggressive president in office to deal with China right now. Which I think was very important. I think that the administration now is a little too passive for it. I think that we need to be aggressive and push them to the brink. Oh my goodness. Actually, if there's any news of China messing with Taiwan or what have you, short of the actual invasion, and it forces down stocks related to that, I'd say that's a buying opportunity. And really, all this is going to take is everybody just rein in on dealing with China. I mean, we do all our manufacturing there and everything like that. Why are we feeding this machine? Australia did that, just basically licking the boots of China for the past 15 years, and now China's just sticking it to them and fishing out their fisheries around their islands. And now Australia and China are butting heads. And Australia's smartening up and realizing that they can't rely on these guys, and that's what we all need to do. I mean, why can't we manufacture elsewhere? Manufacture in the Philippines, and train people in South America. I mean, we share borders with these people. Go to South and Central America and start manufacturing down there. Everybody's got to capture that $1 a day in employment over in China. Why are we even supporting that? And here in the States, we should stop supporting companies that placate to China, like Amazon and Facebook and all of these other companies, and show a little nationalism, a little support for freedom and democracy, instead of this total abuse of people's rights and freedom of speech and things like that. I mean, you heard that 23-year-old kid. He's the first kid who was sentenced based on the new national security laws that China put in effect to curtail the protests in Hong Kong. Now, the kid hopped on a bike and crashed into some cops. I mean, I think that there should be some punishment for that, but they're using those laws to prosecute people who do peaceful protesting, and want change from their government and speak out against their government, and it's just a disgusting thing to do. Anybody who invokes violence at this day and age, I think, should be persecuted. I mean, even the people at the Capitol riot. I mean, show up at the Capitol, protest, block traffic, speak your mind, but you don't invade the Capitol and beat up police and things. That's it. Throw them in jail. Throw them in jail. And don't confuse the situation by blaming Trump or what have you. Everybody has the right to say whatever they want, whether you agree with it or not. But you don't have the right to damage people's property or injure people. And that should be intolerable. Say what you want. Express whatever opinions you want, no matter how stupid they may be. That's protected by the Constitution. So anyway, this Chinese guy crashing into those cops, he definitely should do some time for that. But the national security nonsense, that's just a shame. What they're doing to the citizens of Hong Kong. But that's done, and you can't really do anything about it. It's not like Taiwan. That's their country. They agreed to the one government policy. They're going back on what they agreed. But that's China, man. They'll say one thing and do something else. But hey, it's their country. Cool. I mean, it's not good what they're doing to the Yunnan people. The pronunciation is difficult. It's a shame. They're basically concentration camps like in Nazi Germany. But it's their country, and that's it. It's their country. Get in a boat and get the hell out if you don't like it. Right, exactly. Come with a solution, not just a problem. Right. And for those of you who haven't been around lately, I really haven't pontificated much. It's been more about trading, but today's not a trading day. So I pontificate. Which comes from the Latin word pontiff, which means bridge builder or pope. Pontifex, maybe pontifex. Wow, S&P's up $2. That's it. $1 and change. I'm glad there's really nothing going on, because my other software is starting to act poorly. We've had a good stream though. Didn't seem to I think I dropped everybody once this morning. I was actually rambling while we were trading, talking about trading, and then I look up and it says that your stream has ended. Your stream has ended. Gonna go out and get myself a big old batch of vegetables. I've got a little bit of venison left, and I think I'm gonna whip up a nice Korean dish. It's so hot that it's hard to figure out what to eat. Oh, we haven't heard from Loop in quite some time. And I think he's in Cali, so he's always got contracting season. I know he's a contractor or a subcontractor. So this might be his hot season, but I'm thinking that he's pretty regular year round. Yeah, so we're just chopping back and forth inside of the same range. I mean, we really didn't move much for the day. Yeah, there is no emotion to it, but and they are adhering to the capitalist concept. But how long do you think that's going to last without that without freedom? Really, I mean, they've already curtailed some businesses or banned some businesses just by making a statement, and business has fired people because of their position on things. So eventually you're not going to attract the best talent, because good talent also are just that, talented people who are emotional people, idealistic people. So that's going to hurt, and then it's a slippery slope. When you have the government dictating what you can or can't say, at one point they're going to say, okay, you can or can't make money somewhere. So capitalism won't survive without freedom of speech, without democracy. You can't have capitalism. Basically, most of China's businesses are state-owned. So where's capitalism when your businesses are state-owned? And then in essence, that's a monopoly. And you could see the manner in which they behave. China, they want you to surrender your intellectual properties. They want you to surrender your technological properties, and they will just end up dominating the markets for themselves. Greed has no boundaries, and that's all communism is, or dictatorship is. It's greed. It's just greed on the part of a certain amount of elite, and they're going to maintain power. They're going to keep power, and that's it. And that culture is going to spill over. They're not going to be hardcore capitalists. They're going to be hardcore nationalists, and the more dominant they become, the more likely it is that business gets squeezed out. Oh yeah, sounds delicious. Yeah, some homemade veggies. Yeah, I've got a little bit of venison left here on the boat. I have a ton in the freezer, so I'll stock up again. Yeah, capitalism and ethics do have a constant tug of war. But you know what? I would think that the ethics is usually in the right. You don't have to surrender or compromise your ethics to be profitable. You can compromise your ethics to be more profitable. But if you have to compromise your ethics to be profitable, then you don't have a viable commercial entity. You have a con. But if you're going to compromise your ethics to be more profitable, then you're just a con. I mean, at what point does profitability count? Your company's profitable. It's a viable commercial entity. Why would you compromise your ethics? I mean, so the tug of war is just because of the personalities that get involved with business, which is a kind of master universe kind of personality. But and I know everybody doesn't get into it and say, yeah, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep improving my profits. They get caught up in the whirlwind, and then you start compromising your ethics. But most people, I think, innately are good, and then situations kind of change your views, and you lose sight. You just lose sight. I think I had this lecture before when somebody said Alon's weird. You get caught up in this thing and you lose sight. Just imagine what life's like when you don't know what the cost of bread is, right? And you have no understanding. And I was in that environment, and then I changed my life, and I found out what the cost of bread is. And then I started thinking, how do people do this? Based on what I know people earn and what their lives are like. And that changed a lot in me also, saying, okay, I'm going to make my efforts towards making things a little more accommodating for the average man, So my views kind of changed. But I think when I was in business, I did a lot of work for education and things like that, and I was kind of based on that, thinking, I just want to bring more culture and information to people, and that's where a lot of my charitable contributions went. But when I left industry and left the corporate life and really saw what the average person was going through, it kind of changed what my focus is on charitable contributions and things like that. And when you come from finance, everybody who worked for me did well. My sales assistants did well. I always made sure everybody did well. So it wasn't really, at the worst, they were upper middle class. My people. So I never really had a sense of people struggling. They had good lives, they had homes, they took vacations. But the average working dude, like when I took over the farm, I remember I wanted to take everybody duck hunting, and I was like, yeah, just buy your stamps. And it never dawned on me what a large portion of their income was in consideration to the stamps, because I had finance people who kind of took care of all that. But then, a lot of the guys didn't participate or weren't participating, and I dug into it, and actually my finance person told me, yeah, you get, what you're asking of them is a large portion of their income, they're farm workers, and so anyway, that was like my first realization, or my first snapback to reality. How did I get on this? So anyway, my point is that I think that you have this constant tug of war of ethics, because eventually you get so removed from what society is actually doing that your choices become a little skewed, and then you get lost. You get lost. So that's what my train of thought was. Woo, I'm getting bouncy over here. I wonder if there's a storm offshore or something. So anyway, now my lifestyle, I pay my own credit cards, and I do my own shopping, and that's not something I did in my other life. And I walk through the stores and I just say, how did they do it? How do these people survive? And I've spoken to a few people in the supermarket who work at the supermarket. And a lot of those people, even though they have full-time jobs and they're working every day, are getting food stamps to help make ends meet, to feed their family. And we're not talking about people taking advantage of the system. We're talking about people who are working more hours than me and still need support to feed their families. You know, it blew my mind, man, blew my mind. And yet, you know, like I had a general idea of what they were making, because really I went down and I broke down the store, and I like to do that. I go into places and I figure out their cost and what they're making on average by watching the stores and things like that. Keeps my mind sharp. So I dug into what the people made there, and I was like, yo, look at what they're paying these people. And then started talking to some of the guys, and ladies, actually, mostly the ladies. And yeah, you know, so anyway, these people are working full-time jobs, and still they have to get food stamps and still can't make it meet. And when, you know, I do the numbers on what they're taking home and what their you know, their living expense should be and things like that, they can't make it meet, you know. And you look at the price of these foods, you know, and you see like the dairy farmers can't make a living because the price of milk is so low on their end. And then you look at the price of milk on the shelf, and you're like, yo, people can't afford to buy milk because it's so expensive. And you see the disconnect there, you know, where they're starving out the farmers by paying them, you know, pennies on the pound, and they're killing the customers by these exorbitant prices. You know, it's amazing. It's just amazing to me. But a lot of executives don't realize that. They've lost touch with that, you know. Interesting conundrum, Maureen. Yeah, yeah. Everybody wants to keep the secret. So, what is it that you're going to be doing, Kerry? Yep. The dairy farms. I mean, my whole area where my mountain house is was all dairy farm, and now, I mean, they're all gone. There's like maybe one or two, but those guys have full-time jobs and run the dairy farm, and everything else went to like residential equestrian farms and stuff like that. But all right, everybody, I just put my flip-flops on just to show you how my life has changed. Used to be Prada shoes, now it's flip-flops. And I'm going to go take a walk. It's 12 o'clock, and I'm going to wrap it up. I'll leave the stream up if everybody wants to chat with one another. I'll take a look at it. If you guys don't, I'll shut it down later. But I appreciate everybody stopping in. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe and hit the bell so you know when we're up. Hit the like, because it's kind of like tipping your host. And, well, I'm not going to panhandle, but if you guys want to support the channel, there's something, there's a link in the description to help support the channel. Back in college for finance, but I'm going to open a tax prep biz. I am an enrolled agent and have been in the biz part-time for 15 years. All right, cool. Yep, you have a great day too. Everybody, good luck trading. And if you have questions, you could type them up. If I see something, I'll hop back on. You bet, Tommy. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'm pretty confident. So everybody, good luck trading.